Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Apollo Justice, or Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Today, we're starting Turnabout Serenade. Let's rock! That's gotta be Gavin. Zeke, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just making sure. That's actually really freaking loud.
We love you!
That was really freaking loud. I apologize.
Rock on, everyone. This party's not over yet. Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guest. That's right, baby. The night's just getting started.
Thank you for
coming to Gavineer, Guilty as Charged Tour. This is the end of the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute recess intermission.
the Backstage on July 7th at 8:05 p.m.
Hey, look, it's our little buddy.
Hey, Trucy.
This is so cool! Us at a Gavineer's concert!
Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gavineers putting the sick back in music.
Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off!
Wow! How kind of him!
I know, right?
Now that's what I call generosity.
They're hard to get a hold of, you know?
When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free.
Gavin doesn't do no backstage passes to anyone.
Yeah,
Apollo.
Don't be entitled, Apollo.
Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gavineer's show.
Is it Gavineers or Gaviners?
I think it's Gavineers.
I'm gonna say Gavineers because that sounds cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? I mean,
there's a lot of bands I don't know any of the band people's names.
Yeah, I like AC/DC. I don't know any of their names. I like Small Town Titans. I don't know any of their names.
The only band I know the frontman's name is Avenged Sevenfold, just because of the fact it's hilarious. It's M Shadow.
M Shadow.
I am Shadow the Hedgehog.
Are you ready to rock?
Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock.
She has a point.
God awful, maybe.
I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gavineer albums and 15 concert videos.
That was quite a bit of impulse buying.
He's about to make Phoenix just basically the next Gumshoe.
That's right. I forgot Phoenix was poor in this game.
That's why. She's the reason.
Men do not have children, all right? Be like the Chinese. They're onto something here. I'm gonna get canceled for that one.
And he's sitting with Gumshoe, Phoenix's, and just like, this is how you make the best cup noodles, pal.
Oh, I see. So you add a pinch of I don't know, what do you add to ramen? Garlic.
Cut up some hot dogs in it, pal.
Genius. Gotta get that protein in there.
He gets that he slices up that government cheese.
I've got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance.
Wow. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity.
I love that pose.
It
Such
is
a cute pose.
Would have imagined me here at a Gavineers concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock.
Oh, you're such a boomer.
He's only like 22, isn't he?
Yeah, he's such a boomer.
Well, some people just have different tastes. Lay off. It's kind of cool.
That's what. Are you a boomer? Because that sounds like something a boomer would say.
What are you, a freaking Zoomer? Because that sounds like something a Zoomer would say.
I'm a millennial. Thank you very much. I hate existing.
He was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. Smart move. Gavineer's dressing room.
You made it!
Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets.
And the invoice he sent along with them.
You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin.
Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, John. And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Lamiroir singing, right? The siren? Siren? Is that siren?
I think Siren.
Siren of the ballad?
Oh, yeah. That flyer said she flew all the way over for the show. Okay, that sounded like a foreign name. Lamiroir. Did I say that right?
I think so. Lamiroir. That's right. I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us.
Lamiroir says...
Lamiroir says, you praise me too highly.
Oh. Hello,
John?
guy who is probably Russian.
John Wick really let himself go.
Whoa! Who's this guy? He's huge!
Allow me to introduce Mr. Roman Lataus.
Is it Romain Lataus?
Romain Lataus. That sounds foreign. Lataus. Lamiroir's manager and her interpreter, incidentally.
Too bad it's not a Russian-sounding name. This guy, like, give that guy a freaking Russian accent and we are good.
Tell me
that's not Russian accent worthy.
Yeah, he looks Russian. We already had Russians in the first case, though.
Ah, shit, you're right. I
could try giving him a Russian.
Yeah, we got like a little freaking Russian little small girl. Big Russian man right here. It is great honor for us to be here.
It is great honor for us to be here. And a great honor for Lamiroir to be heard in this country.
Heavy weapons guy. I can see it.
I can see it too.
Oh. Hieroglyphics.
All fun and games till someone starts speaking hieroglyphics.
Okay, so let me try and translate. The aliens started possessing bugs that turned into people that grew reindeer antlers and pine trees, and then dinosaurs that pterodactyls that ate the bugs, had the humans bowing before. This is stupid. I'm moving on.
It's such a Metroid at the front, though, dude.
That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Gaster's in this game. That is not Wingdings. I can verify that.
He's not speaking with hands. They're speaking with stone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also periods in Wingdings are mailboxes.
I could tell you're an Undertale fan because you know what a period is in Wingdings.
Yeah, I used to read a lot of fan comics. A lot of people would write Gaster dialogue in Wingdings, so I had to translate it. I ended up memorizing some of it.
I love it.
Well, yeah, when you get that deep into a fandom, you eventually, you can learn a thing or two. Anyway, she's talking about Metroids again.
Oh, it's Lamiroir! I'm actually meeting Lamiroir!
Lamiroir, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air. Lilting? Lilting? Is that? Okay. Lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. So an arrow was shot at a bug that had a strange-looking key, and the human ran away from a goat because the goat wanted to castrate the human, but the aliens had butt plugs. I'm moving on.
The aliens had butt plugs. I wonder if the rest
Tell
of
me that
story.
that little symbol did not look like a butt plug.
What did I tell you about going to that website to get sex toys, dude?
Look,
They looked
I was
like a
a
painful-
teenager at the time. I was going through some dark stuff. I mean, what?
Don't tell me you got a cat penis dildo, dude.
I regret playing along with your joke.
You walked into it. Lamiroir says, "We have long looked forward to this joint performance." Ah, Lamiroir, your voice. It is art.
Yeah, tell me that first symbol does not look like a butt plug.
You
A
know,
light up
honestly-
butt plug at that.
It's a Christmas themed one.
So a butt plug made out of pine wood was shoved up
Oh,
a goat's
God.
ass by a human, and the alien took the goat and combined its DNA with a leaf to resurrect dinosaurs to send radio waves at the butt. Yeah, we're moving on.
Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice.
Oh.
Hey, it's Stevie
Hi.
Wonder. I don't know. It's just Stevie Wonder Black.
Yeah, I think so.
That's like the exact opposite. I'm sorry.
This is
Got sunglasses.
Weavy Sunder. I've seen this kid somewhere before.
He plays piano at all of Lamiroir's concerts. He's cute and a really good pianist.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear.
Allow me to introduce Machi Tobane. He is blind. That's his only defining characteristic.
Dang.
This is why he never strays far from Lamiroir. They're always together.
They're like characters from some fairy tale. I wonder who that sounds like.
Lamiroir's so, what's that word? Exotic. And mysterious.
She does seem quite pretty. At least, her eyes do.
Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique.
Huh?
She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm.
Sights into song? That's so poetic!
She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar's serenade. I hope you enjoy it.
I can't wait!
And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the gavineers hard rock a little rest. Lamiroir, the stage is yours.
Arigato.
Are you gonna try it again? You gonna try it again?
No.
The band members will not play during Lamiroir's ballad. Only Machi's tender tones and Lamiroir's dulcet voice.
Can you try that again? It cut out some.
Oh, okay. Only Machi's tender tones and Lamiroir's dulcet voice.
Is it Dulcet? Is that Dulcet?
Dulcet voice. I'm not too sure.
For a
I don't think
foreigner, he
I've
knows
ever
some big
seen-
word or some sophisticated words.
I am fancier than I look. And my guitar, of course.
Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know?
I should have learned to play guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel.
Can you imagine Apollo just screaming at a girl?
I wrote
Hey!
I wrote a little song for you. Mind if I play it? Ah!
He's just screaming at her and then just running away.
What? Do you not like Screamo?
Shall we hit the stage then?
Good luck, Mr. Gavin.
Hey, Gare, your hearts aren't stolen away, ya.
Let's go back to the concert hall, Polly.
Oh, hey, cutscene. Sugar, sugar. Oh, that night in your embrace.
Gavin's too cool for school.
When you stole away the keys, my heart held to so tight. Wait, hold on. Wasn't she just speaking in hieroglyphics? Now she's singing in English? Pleasure.
I mean, to be fair, I've listened to baby rock, baby metal before,
But a fleeting
which is
melody.
Japanese metal. Those
Uh-huh.
girls don't know how to speak English, but they sing in English.
It wraps itself around me. Huh. And now through the air I fly. Whoa, whoa.
Well, Gavin
Oh.
made her disappear.
Burning on in my heart, fire. Burn my love away, all away.
Fire, fire.
What the hell? Like a bullet of love, fire. Take my life away, all away.
Whoa.
Guitar, guitar. So was that burning guitar part of the act? Up together to the sky. No, he's swatting it. That was not part of the act.
It's like shit, shit, shit.
What in the...
There's our buddy. Do you see him?
Blech. Blue Badger. We unfortunately meet again.
He's a mainstay in the Ace Attorney series. Just get used to him.
Wow, wasn't Lamiroir amazing? I even cried a little.
I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar.
Yeah, that even surprised me. And I'm a magician. What a production.
What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was.
Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero.
She has a crush.
Phoenix comes in. All right, where is he? I'd like to meet him.
I just want to talk.
I just want to talk.
I just want to talk.
Daddy, no!
Don't put the gun down. I just want to talk to him.
I just want to talk to him. That's all I want to do. I just want to talk.
I'm not sure I'd call that art.
Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show.
How many breaks does this band need?
All the breaks.
July 7th, Gavineer's dressing room. Whoa, he looks angry.
What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it.
So nobody told him they were going to set his guitar on fire?
It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge.
I play new rock, not Great Balls of Fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible.
he seems upset.
He seems really pissed. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me?
Hey, I didn't do it!
So much for risking your life for art.
Our serenade is ruined! Ruined!
Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Well, okay. The flaming guitar.
You mean the guitar? That wasn't part of the act?
The act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose?
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire burn my love away, all away.
Huh?
He's getting into it.
Wait, you think the audience actually thought it was...
Sounds like he got lucky.
They probably thought it was part of the act. At least, I did.
And I'm glad they didn't burn up during Great Oceans or something. That song.
He got lucky, and he didn't even realize it.
Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars.
So, overrated trash?
Super expensive. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd be broke.
Well, just keep having Trucy buy your merchandise, and I think you'll be good. Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Today's been one disaster after another. My hog rope run, my guitar case broken.
Daddy told me there'd be days like these.
Phoenix is like, yeah, every day I was defending someone.
Especially this one chick named Maya. Oh my god. My heart almost gave out several times.
I've never been more prepared for a case. Great, do you know who the defense is?
Is it you?
It's not you, is it?
Wasn't Lamiroir's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics, and she wrote the melody.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here.
Sugar, sugar, oh, these are the lyrics to the song. What's
Yep.
this?
A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lamiroir. I love how his signature looks like a guitar.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yippee!
Eh.
Thanks so much!
I just noticed the shiny version of Blue Badger
What?
in the background. The red badger. It's a shiny Pokemon.
Why can't it
now a
go away
Pokemon.
for like 5 minutes?
Hey, remember this thing that Gumshoe created? Well, here it is.
Gumshoe, he's the one to blame!
Now you're sounding like Obag.
That damn Gawker Gumshoe! All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Oh, cool.
Almost time for the third act of the night.
How are you going to do that without a guitar? He probably has a backup.
Oh, there's more?
Yes, Lamiroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, ya? Hope you're ready to catch it.
Woohoo! Ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass.
Huh?
I like the bit with Lamiroir, but the rest could use a volume knob. turned way down.
Oh, Apollo, you're getting old.
Ah! Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old?
Well, I'm going.
The old folks rest backstage, y'all. Time to rock.
Hey, you're older than I am. Oh, I can move.
You better check that. You better check the badger.
That's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. It looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. I'm gonna check the counter. Oh, it's a postcard. A postcard of Lamiroir. I can't read a single word of the sentence on the bottom. Trucy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. Okay, how about that police uniform? Police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. One of the band members must like police. Must be Mr. Gavin's bad influence. Thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. Well, unless you're a band named Rage Against the Machine. Irony of that. Anyway, let's just get out of here for now.
Rage Against the Machine has some good songs.
Yeah, but they're I don't want to start a rant. Oh, Emma! Hey, it's you! That right kid! Detective Sky! I'll let that right kid business pass.
Call me
It's
Emma.
the girl.
There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprint powder.
That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here?
I know what she means, but I like to imagine that she just drinks that stuff.
I'd like to imagine that she's sane and doesn't.
Isn't it obvious?
Ace Attorney, no one's sane.
Fair.
Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit?
Security? Did something happen?
There's no knowing with that glamorous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star?
I'm sorry to say it, Emma, but he kind of is.
Did you not walk up those stairs in the last, what? How long has this concert been going on? 3 hours? He is a big rock star.
Hey, you listening to me?
So, where's this door here lead to?
This one, that's Lamiroir's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there, unless you want a piece of snack ooze in your face.
That looks like a Slim Jim.
Does look like a Slim Jim.
Actually, I would gladly take a piece of that.
You want to take a piece of Emma's sausage?
Go to hell.
I'm so sorry.
No, you are not. That's the thing. I know you're not.
I'll save a spot for you. How about that?
Enjoy the heat down there. I'm going up to heaven where it's nice and cool.
You know what they say? Heaven for the climate, hell for the company.
Well, I'm a loner.
There you go.
Cool. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Okay, I guess I can talk to her for now. The gavineers. Emma? Oh, she's gonna do this crap again. I've never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Vehemence?
Behemoths.
Such
I think.
vehemence. I don't know. Better give her a wide berth. Katonk. She snackooed me! She knew what we were thinking. Okay, well, anyway, she's not going to talk to us, so I'll try and move. Can only go back to the Gavineer's dressing room.
Huh.
Is there anything we could show her?
Let's find out. Let's see. Court record. All I have are the lyric sheets.
Maybe she wants to know the lyric sheets? Like, yo, I could prove that he's a rock star, actually.
Okay. Emma, could you take a look at this?
Nope.
Nope. What do you think? That must be a bottomless bag of snacks. Okay, does anything work? I'll try the other talks. Lamiroir. Emma? Nope. Okay, security. Yeah, no, still not working. Okay, well, I guess there's something we have to find. I'll examine. Let's see. Maybe this earpiece.
There was something on the hall.
Yeah, I saw that. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Bitch!
He's eating it.
Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamiroir's bodyguard dropped it? Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Ha! If you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear your mumbling. On and on about whatever you're going to be sorely on and on about whatever you're going to be sorely disappointed. I have to hear you bitch and moan all the time.
About her
At least
snacks and...
At least I got her to stop munching. Okay, maybe now I can talk to her? Nope.
No, she's back to the...
Okay, I guess
to
we
the
do have
snacks.
to... I guess we do have to find something.
Maybe inspect the doors?
The doors? Okay. That's prosecutor's, the gavineer's dressing room. Put so much as a hand on the door and I'll snackoo you. I just went in there in front of your face. Hold on! But I just came out of there! Don't play smart with me. Ugh. Okay, how about the other door? So this is Lamiroir's dressing room? Whoa!
Oh, shit!
Oh, shit! Was that a gunshot?
No, that's champagne.
Something's going on! You! Out of my way! Emma! Lamiroir! Lamiroir! It's not locked. I'm going in. July 7th, 9:30 p.m., Lamiroir's dressing room. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. Holy shit! Russian guy!
The Russian guy is dead.
It's Lamiroir's manager, Mr. What's his name? Let's house! Oh no! Hey, you! Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. Oh my god! What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive! Oh! He's alive! Mr. Lataus, can you hear me?
Shot. I was shot.
Oh, really? I thought you just tripped. Who? Who shot you?
I don't know. Ask.
Ask? Ask what?
Ask. Witness.
Witness? There was a witness? Who?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry. You're gonna be fine. Help is on the way.
Witness can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Lataus. Tell me, who was the witness?
Witness. He's. is Siren.
What? Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Oh my god! He just died! Mr. Lataus! Knives! Emma! What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? Huh? No. Could have sworn I heard a door close. The concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. It's Mr. Lataus.
Yeah, we made sure of it. He is dead.
He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible. I lost him. Romain Lataus. Shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. Damn. Oh. Hi.
You want to take him?
Yeah, I got something in mind. The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go.
You know what he looked like? He looked like Garguru, like male, like cousin or something.
I gotta take another look at him.
Good work, Dorian.
Darian. Darian or
Darian.
yeah, I think it's Darian.
Darian.
Darian or Darian?
I think Darian.
You know what? I think you're right. It's Darian.
Darian. Good work, Darian.
Actually, now that you mention it, I kind of see it. Great. Now I'll never get that out of my head. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later.
Lataus,
It's a
I am dead. Not big surprise. I was pretty surprised.
It's investigation time. It's investigation time, then, yeah. For a line detective.
I don't need some rock and roll prosecutor to tell me that.
One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this.
Ooh, a gag order!
No word gets out, other than that Mr. Latraus is dead. No word of the cause of death, or of the murder. Tell no one.
Oh, that's Apollo. Tell no one. Not even Lamiroir?
Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps.
Does she not have the right to know that her manager is dead?
Oh, we can tell her that she's dead. He's dead. We just can't tell her anything else.
Oh. How is anyone supposed to respond to something like that? Hey, your friend died. I beg your pardon? Oh, sorry, we can't say any more of that. Anyway, see you later.
We're going to find the person that did this. Just stay right here. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, her forehead. Yours too, Fraulein.
On that? An investigation request?
Why just us?
You two are civilians. It's standard procedure.
That should be okay to sign, I think.
Although you're
no-
a lawyer, you should at least read it first.
Yes, you're a lawyer.
Dumbass.
Freaking- Ugh.
Like, I get it that you normally defend people, but still. Right. Well, get started with the, right. Well, get started with the investigation.
I'm on it already.
And one tip for you.
Huh? Me?
Try not to get in Fraulein Detective's way. She's in a foul mood today.
Gee, I wonder why.
It could be the fact that there was a dead frickin' body.
I was having such a horrible day already. I had to do security for this freaking concert, and now there's a dead body in the dressing room.
I just don't understand why she's pissed.
We were all questioned as witnesses. And now none of us can go home.
Well, we know for a fact Apollo and Emma weren't the ones.
Yeah. We'll investigate, all right. Our way.
Somehow I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon.
Still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon.
This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case.
I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No. Let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard Mr. Latouse's last words.
Witness is Siren.
First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. Okay. I wonder if it'll let us take a look at that earpiece now.
What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone.
Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What is a headset doing on the floor? Wait! Do you think Mr. Latouse might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on. For whatever reason, they won't let us add it to the court record. Anyway, I guess we'll move for now. Okay, we got the gavineer's dressing room, Lamiroir's dressing room, and the stage. Let's go to the crime scene first.
I doubt they'll let us into the crime scene. 5 seconds later, proceeds to walk into the crime scene.
What do you know? They let us into the crime scene.
Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come.
You have to let us investigate the scene, please.
You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client?
Latouse did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Probably not in a court of law. Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me.
Please! Think of poor Lamiroir!
Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great! Let's get to it! Yeah, we went from being pals who shared a bottle of chemicals together to pals who found a dead body together.
Friends that find bodies together stay together.
For reals.
Right!
Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Alright, so the game really wants me to investigate, I bet. Okay.
I can just imagine Trucy just being Patrick with the touch. And Emma's just, don't touch!
Touch!
Don't touch!
Touch!
Don't touch!
Touch!
Do I have to follow you all day? Huh? Another ladder.
Actually, it's technically a stepladder.
Yeah!
Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive me for my lack of ladder discrimination.
Huh?
I'm less worried about the stepladder and more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling?
I still say it's a stepladder.
Okay, yeah, I can see above the ladder is an air vent.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just get this over with. Sausamogus! Dun 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 dun.
Da-da-da.
All right, we're done.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, one moment. Can you do the judge saying, like asking what sus means?
Mr. Wright, one moment. What is sus?
You don't want to know, Your Honor.
You don't want to know, Your Honor.
Daddy, Amogus!
Shut up, Trucy! Just creating our own fanfic here. In front of a dead body.
I guarantee somebody's already made an Among Us Ace Attorney freaking video or something out there. It's out there, I know it.
I think that it's out there, and there's 800 videos of it.
Probably.
What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is chattering files. Or is catching flies.
It's nothing.
Oh my gosh, Pigmaster, Judge, what is a sussy baka, right?
Ah, shit, I missed what she was saying.
That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled.
Oh, so they were probably thinking about whether the killer escaped through the vent.
He or she must have had a way out.
Oh my gosh, it is an Among Us. They vented!
Mr. Wright, what do you mean they vented? Judge, have you not played Among Us? No, I'm like 90. Oh.
And that their air vent is one possibility.
They vented.
But it's much too small. No sus here.
Not at the killer about your size, Trucy.
Brucey, where were you at the time of the crime?
Trucy, you're being pretty sus right now.
I didn't do it! I'm not sus!
Alright, you're sus, alright.
This is getting stupid. Like, this is actually getting stupid.
It's Fraulein Sus.
I was cutting up the dance floor at the time. Thank you.
I know, of course. I don't think you did it.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done?
She's just crying in the corner now. I'm not sus.
Okay, I see a little card on the floor. I'm gonna take a look at that.
That was a sandwich.
That is not a card.
Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma?
You're not going to say, "Can I have it, please," are you?
Oh,
Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't give you any special treatment with me.
oh.
It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma.
It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence.
Note to self. Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution.
You need to learn to respect your elders a little.
How old are you? Like, you're not even like... Okay, profiles.
Fair, she kind of lost her,
She's only 3 years
innocence.
older than Apollo.
Remember, she lost her childhood, though. Well, when she was 16.
How?
She was dragged through the mud trying to be, like, as a murderer, like a murder suspect.
That was for 2 days.
It was intense. She thought she was about to lose her her sister, and then she almost got charged for a murder. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, and then she went to live in the UK for a couple of years. Oh god, she really did get... Emma, I'm so sorry. You have been through a lot indeed.
Gosh.
Something seems so familiar about that brooch. Brooch added to the court record. Okay.
What else we got? We got a fruit basket.
Ooh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please?
Absolutely not!
I know! But still, I yearn.
Look, you're not the only one eating or eyeing that fruit here.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat.
Right! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop it! Are you two crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me! She's a temptress! Please, grow up. Okay. Nope, wrong button. How do I move to the next side of the room? I guess I'll just use the touchscreen. Wow! That's still here.
Well, of course.
This is the murder weapon, isn't it? The revolver? Yeah, I don't see the killer leaving their murder weapon. That's right. A big 45 caliber revolver. Damn.
45 cal.
Wow.
You ever shot one of those?
No. I think I've only shot a hunting rifle.
I shot a fairly big revolver recently. Man, they mess your hands up.
That's what I've heard. They will put they'll put your ass on the ground if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I wonder who brought this in here. I thought it was only police who were allowed to have one of those.
Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't. Listen, I was out there in the hall eating snackoos when it happened. I know. No one here thinks you did it, Emma.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done?
Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start.
Premeditation.
Ooh, that's first degree murder.
Yep.
That's right?
First degree murder on our hands.
Oh boy. I think most ace attorneys are first degree murder. Actually,
No, like the first case, that was second degree.
yeah, the first case was second degree. No. The first case was second degree. The second case was first degree. The third case was second degree, and
That was I'd say that's more manslaughter because that was kind of self-defense.
oh yeah, that's true. Well, self-defense is not manslaughter. Self-defense
It's
and
not?
manslaughter are two very different things.
I thought manslaughter is accidental murder.
Yeah, but it's not manslaughter if you were defending your own life. So, like, technically, what was her name? Dee Vasquez. Technically, she might have had a case for not going to jail. Because, the dude attacked her, and she threw him over the balcony to defend herself. That's self-defense. You don't go to jail for self-defense.
She had other.
See,
she had mafia
Jack
guys
Hammer,
as well.
Jack Hammer should have gone to jail under manslaughter charges because his carelessness cost somebody their life.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
manslaughter.
I get that. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, enough about that. Let's examine the body.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's poke it.
That's a body, isn't it?
Here, Trucy, take the stick.
Okay.
Ah! Bang, bang! So it was 3 shots that killed him.
Okay, so Emma, just pretend like there were always 3 shots. Keep shooting.
Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You first.
Me? No, you should go first, Trucy. Really? Will you two stop bickering and get over here? Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. How often do you get the chance to see a dead body? She's munching on snackoos again. Hope she's not too annoyed.
Yeah, whenever I see like some guy dead with like blood pouring out of him, the first thing I think of, let me eat some snacks.
Yeah! Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Yeah.
Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Yeah, it looks like writing. How about right here on his eye? No clues here. How about his hand?
Apollo, look at his hand.
He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You can throw all the snacks at you can throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of them.
You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. Ah! See that? He's holding something. What's this?
Keys? A keyring?
You think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility. What an unusual keyring. And what unusual keys. I can see one of the keys looks like a guitar, actually. And I can see the strap is the same color that Mr. Gavin wears.
Gavin, you German bastard, where were you?
Mr. Gavin's sus right now.
I gotta fucking
Also-
I gotta get some self-control, or that's never gonna stop.
Now there's another thing we never ask a German.
What?
Where were they during a crime scene? The first thing is never ask a German where they were during 1942 through 46.
This could be a vital clue. Keyring added to the court record. All right. I don't really see much else.
I think that might be everything.
All right. Should I move somewhere or?
Oh, show Emma the gun.
Oh, okay. So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy.
It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd.
What's odd?
Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair! Tell us!
It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? Hey, I just noticed those bullet holes in the wall, actually. Let's take a look at those. Did you look at the blood writing? Yeah, I did. It didn't give us anything extra.
Are these bullet holes?
Looks like it. There are two here in the wall. Holy shit, those were right next to us. We could have died. From the look of it,
the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses? The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch! Sounds painful.
no kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon.
I think you can talk to Emma now about something else.
That right? I kind of want to go see, like, in the hall if the bullets happened to exit. Talk. Oh, actually, we haven't talked to her about anything.
Mr. Romain Lataus, wasn't it? He was Lamiroir's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here.
Okay, so that means there are not many people here that would want him dead.
You know what I just realized?
What?
I hope we don't have to talk to Lamiroir. Because
Oh,
the translator
God.
for her is dead.
Yeah, that'll be a problem.
It doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course.
Well, spill it.
One person? Who?
What? Lamiroir. No one here might have a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. You bitch. Always with the snacks.
He's a big man. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him.
Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing.
We've sent a request to the Bulgarian embassy for more info on him.
Did I read that right? Borginian, maybe?
Maybe.
I think it's
I mean, it's a
Borginian.
made-up country, so you can call it however you want.
We've sent a request to the sus embassy.
Yes, let's do it.
No.
Let's do it.
No.
Let's do it.
No,
Let's
I'm
do
gonna
it.
hate
Let's do it.
that joke so fucking much in like 10 seconds.
Let's do it.
That was a one-time thing, okay?
Let's do it.
No! I feel like I can't tell jokes with you because you just always turn them against me.
Isn't
Well-
that our dynamic, though?
I don't like it.
Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do?
That's true. It was us who found the body.
What?
Y'all reported it.
Maybe
Okay,
it was
I'm
a
done, too.
self-report.
I think it's a self-report.
I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert.
You can either see a concert or someone die right before your eyes.
I think I'd choose concert.
I don't know. Like, a concert you can go to anytime, but someone dying right before your eyes, I mean, you don't see that kind of thing, like, ever.
Been there, done that. I'm sticking with concert.
I'll go with the dead body. Concerts put me to sleep anyway.
Concerts are awesome, dude.
Look, nothing against, like, the musicians or whatever, but I literally just get sleepy every time I go to a concert. Doesn't matter what type of music they play. I've been to, like, a rock
understand that
concert
at
and I got
all.
sleepy.
I don't understand that at all. The last concert I
don't
went to
either.
was... last concert I went
I
to-
suffer from this condition and I still don't get it.
The last concert I went to was Korn, and it was so loud. We were up in the nosebleeds in the Pepsi Center, and it the sound of the drum vibrated through us all the way up in the nosebleeds. It was
Really?
awesome. How can you sleep to that?
I don't know.
It's crazy.
Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this.
Well, we know the crime took place during the concert.
And when we heard the shot and entered the room, killer was already gone.
What? That doesn't make any sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room?
They were a ghost.
The window is a little too small, isn't it?
Wait, is that a window? I thought it was a safe.
Let's take a closer look at it. The mystery of the disappearing killer. Okay, we got one more dialogue, then we'll check out that window. The murder weapon.
What do you think about this revolver?
Well, it's pretty big and heavy.
That's right. It's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range.
Unless you're dealing with a giant man.
It's overkill.
Doesn't matter how huge the man is, a bullet's gonna take anyone down.
The great equalizer.
I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
And that's not a problem?
Yeah, because she's not paying for it. Guess who?
Phoenix
Cup
got rid of
noodle
Maya
right.
eating him out of house and home for burgers, and then he got a daughter.
that just doesn't eat but spends money on food.
Phoenix eating cup of noodle right.
There's another thing about this, about a gun this big. Puts a lot of strain on the shooter.
Strain?
Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver. The recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder.
I mean, maybe if you've got arms that are made out of paper.
Or if you really did not expect it at all.
Yeah, if you one-hand a revolver, you're gonna hurt your arm. But you know,
go all
if you,
cowboy with it.
yeah, if you two-hand that stuff, you're fine.
Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too.
Yet the killer used this revolver, and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting.
Used to shooting a high-caliber weapon.
Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is.
I guess you're right.
I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here.
I suppose.
I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back?
Huh? Oh, actually, we have to...
Great, thanks.
We're on body babysitting duty.
She left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait.
Wait, Trucy is Phoenix Wright's daughter? Then who's Trucy's mother? We don't know.
That's the fun.
I'm hoping
thing.
it's
we
Maya.
have no clue. She kind of does favor Maya, but the timeline does not make sense. She's 15.
I mean, Phoenix and Maya would have had to hook up right after he saved her in the trial of the final trial of the last game.
This takes place 7 years after the events of the third game.
Wait, it does?
Yes, it does.
Oh, I thought it was more.
I think it's just 7 years.
I thought it was like, oh, right. No, 18, or Phoenix would have had to been 18 when whoever conceived this child, you know, for it to make sense. So, oh, right. They are probably not biological father and daughter.
Hawthorne.
Okay, so then where the hell did you come from, Trucy? Who just popped this baby out and it's like, who wants it? Phoenix is like, I'll take it.
You know what? I've been lucky thus far. Let me get a child.
Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate?
Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go.
Huh? Go?
Time's a-wasting, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Well, that's true, but on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine.
Of course it will. Let's go.
Chris
Well,
is like,
Emma's-
we were given an important task. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, why not?
I wonder if it'll let us pick up that earpiece now.
Who's there?
Oh, don't worry. He's looking for his monkey George.
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
Who's wearing a silk hat? Friend of yours?
Hardly.
Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious.
Shadow, don't spoil anything. he just looked it up online.
Why would you spoil it for yourself like that? Whatever.
To be fair, I think this is first ever like looking at Apollo Justice. I don't think he watched the other videos.
Oh.
So he's mega confused.
Oh. He's missing out big time then. Okay, this is all dialogue we've seen. Okay, so for whatever reason, we still can't pick up that earpiece.
Like, hey, this looks important. Let's not pick it up.
Let's go to the gavineer's dressing room. I've been gone. You missed out. Don't worry, there's a whole playlist of Phoenix Wright streams we did back on Zeke's channel. If you're interested.
Huh. Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case too. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking! Rock! Rock!
Oh right, there was something about this postcard.
Look! It's a postcard of Lamiroir!
What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before.
It must be your native tongue. Borganese.
Borganese, huh? Postcard added to the court record.
So do I, Linktoon. He's the best.
Hope we eventually see Gumshoe. If we haven't seen him yet, I doubt it.
I could see him doing like a cameo.
Actually, can you just like... Do I need anything else in this room before I head out?
No, I think we go to the stage.
Okay. All right. In the wings.
What is it with today? Problem after problem. Achtung. I love saying that.
You ain't kidding.
I think that's like German for damn it.
Someone want to verify that for us?
It's the two leading members of the Gavineers, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool.
I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly.
Huh? What are they arguing about?
Probably the case, I bet.
My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. I feel as if that should be more important.
What?
Like the dead body.
Dead body.
And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
I was reading the chat, so I was like out of it for a second.
Hey man, don't blame me. You're the one who missed the cue.
Me? Miss a cue? How can I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that teeny playing of yours?
Who you calling teeny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in the musical direction bands are always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time.
What are you two doing here?
Eavesdropping, please continue. Hiya.
We're with Rolling Stone. We're here to cover the story. We're just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Wait, you were what?
Listen. You need to confirm that with the Republic of Bulgaria, Detective Crescend.
Right. Anything else?
Oh, his last name is Crescend. Oh, that's perfect. Like Crescendo.
What did he just call him? Detective?
Ah, greetings.
What the heck? What is that hair?
Darian
That's
Crescent.
amazing hair.
That is the wildest hairset I've ever seen on a character. It's great.
Darian Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3. My hair is ready to blow something up.
Hello? Criminal Affairs?
He seems to be the type of person who just has like a wild hairstyle to like make up for not having a personality.
So, an anime protagonist?
Exactly.
Someone's gonna get mad at me for that one.
Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gavineers, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be something tells me that's about to be reminded or remedied. Okay. The case. About the crime.
Did you mean?
Gee, take a wild guess. The murder. What else?
Oh, that's for me. Today has been a hit parade of crime. You see.
Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case?
Yes, Trucy. Let me tell you all about it. First, my hog won't start. Guitar case is busted. And guess what? I went to Starbucks. They didn't get me my soy latte.
Soy latte?
He looks like the type of guy that would get all Kevin-like about it not having a soy latte. I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Lataus than I do. For now, at least.
Huh?
You were the one who found the body, yeah? Well, we were in the middle of a performance, no less.
Apparently, Octung means danger in English. Could be wrong.
Oh. Maybe it's one of those. It's like one of those words that have different meanings.
Possibly. Did you read this line?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin?
I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Want to step on her toes?
They're not exactly the best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean.
Well, what to do next? We already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. He might be the most informed ones. Well, he might be the most informed for once.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found.
Possibly. The Gavineers.
I think we know it. We have something that might be interesting.
Possibly.
I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gavineers?
Surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once.
I know America exists.
The Gavineers aren't an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow.
The police?
The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate. By night they sing songs of unrequited passion.
Okay.
They debuted 7 years ago. 13 years hard time for love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole. And My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. The list of
That
hits
sounds
goes
like a
on and
country
on.
song.
What, my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness?
My boyfriend is the prosecutor's witness.
Nah, I'm not feeling it.
This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescende.
Darian.
Oh, Darian Crescende. I make the melodies, and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really.
And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today.
I hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert.
Concert today? A disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll see who missed a cue.
The missed cue. They were arguing about that before.
Great. I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. Okay, the missed cue.
What's this missed cue you keep talking about?
You heard it, didn't you? From the audience?
Actually, I didn't notice anything. See? No amateur is going to pick up on that.
You guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No! Now take a listen to this.
What's that?
A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight.
Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? With the small details, Apollo. Jetboy's celebrating a 10-month streak. Thank you.
Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry.
They're all scum. End of story.
This is but one of the devices used in recordings. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. I feel as if this is the gimmick for... This is the gimmick.
Wow, neat. So, could you say, hear only the drum part?
Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight.
I'm more concerned with the other criminal. The one who kills people.
Little victories. Victories, Apollo. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine.
I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting.
Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottommost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen.
Looks like 2 might have been off.
Was
I
something
think
wrong?
so too. You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely.
Yeah, I think
it was.
Ah, the timing's a little off, isn't it?
You see? There, right at the most important parts. And even an amateur can hear it.
An amateur with a mixing board, maybe.
You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect!
Here he goes again.
Right. Air amateur. Is it I just lost it.
I think it was hair remember air forehead? Hair
Oh.
forehead?
Her amateur. You will prove my points.
Huh? Me?
You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party.
But how?
Did I not just explain it? Use those sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungled the cues. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears.
Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
I guess. I'll admit it. This kind of looks fun.
First, a quick review. Use the sliders to adjust the volumes. Press the section of the song you wish to hear on the bottom bar.
Sliders in the bar. Got it.
Once you found the guilty part, press the corresponding number. Time to rock.
Okay, so it was in that part, and it was 2. This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian.
Ah, well. Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
Oh, well? That's all you had to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian.
Here they go again.
Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time.
It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad.
And we got a mixing board in the court record. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? Okay, alright, now we can present him his freaking, keys. I was wondering if you knew anything about this.
What?
Does it look familiar?
Familiar? It's mine. That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it.
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin?
I knew it!
Apollo! How can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was...
Yeah, I know.
Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it?
Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life.
What? The victim? You mean Mr. Littau had my keys?
Indeed.
When will my trials be over?
Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today.
Emma was right about the fop. I'll give her that.
Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us! And we'll keep mum about that keyring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein?
Good moves, Trucy.
She learned from her father. How nice.
Wait, Phoenix blackmailed people? When did he do that?
He's in his bad boy phase right now.
Oh, that's true. Mr. Forging Evidence.
Hobo Phoenix has no chill.
You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting?
And something about your guitar case being busted?
You're well informed.
You mentioned it a few times.
Ach. It's all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault.
The keyring?
I've got all my keys on it, y'all. My bike key, my car keys, and the key to my guitar case.
Wait, so this keyring?
It disappeared. I thought I put it in my jacket pocket.
Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared.
I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock.
Just for his guitar to be set on fire. Dude is
Damn,
not
dude.
having a good day, all things considered.
Not at all.
Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that...
The very one. Up in flames.
Damn.
Yeah, that's busted. And right on stage, too.
I actually thought it was part of the show.
Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Littau's life was taken. Nobody tells me about days like these.
Strange days indeed.
You think?
What's wrong, Trucy?
I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Littau dies.
Yes, and...
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? Meaning... Darian, can you make any sense of all this?
Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo?
Huh?
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day,
He is?
or all this was planned.
It was. Probably.
Maybe. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fraulein?
I am. What? What?
I don't do a lot of thinking.
Hey, don't leave me here in the dark with Spike.
The name's Apollo. But yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today?
Well... I have noticed, I haven't noticed. Well, I noticed everything had to do with that keyring being taken.
Everything is connected to that keyring.
You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring, and the guitar, and the body.
Slow down there, Polly. You look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up, if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am.
Huh?
No. Give her forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection, shall we?
Evidence? Ah! I bet I think of something pronto.
Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles?
Well,
You have
Apollo
a-
mentioned
you
the
have an
keyring
idea?
itself, so it's not that simple. Can't be that simple. Okay, this is the part where we're gonna start looking over our evidence. Contains the lyrics to Lamiroir's ballad. Touch the check button for details. Probably doesn't have anything to do with that. Investigation requests. To ensure the efficiency and security of our investigation, the barrier is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning the details of this case. Obviously not that. Brooch, no. Revolver, no. That's my first
I'm gonna
guess.
take the opportunity. I'll be right back.
Okay. Mixing board. Probably not. Oh, that's all I have? Okay. All right, so we're gonna go by rule of elimination. Attorney's badge, out. Revolver, out. Keyring, possibly. Lyric sheet, out. Investigation request, out. Postcard, out. Mixing board. Actually, wait. Let's take a look at the... Actually, what is this gonna have to do with anything? Sight? Singing? I can barely read that. Oh, was that one of her catchphrases from her sight singing? Yeah, okay.
I mean, the mixing board, check. Yeah, I don't think one little cue miss up is really going to make much of a difference. Brooch. Oh yeah, 3D. Let's check the other side. Sort of pin fastener for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though.
So if it's not a safety pin, it's a danger pin?
I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you could do that with a safety pin too, for that matter.
Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin.
Aw, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here. Okay. Wait. Actually, a thought just came to my mind. There's okay. I should probably wait for Zeke to get back, but you know, I'll go ahead and explain it to you guys right now. I remember I just thought of something that could put the lyrics sheet, you know. Actually, okay, well, the thought I had was what is it? Oh god, I'm losing it. No.
Okay,
right.
what's up?
Right, okay. I just remembered this just in time. Do you remember how Mr. Gavin was talking to Apollo and Trucy, and he said like they thought the guitar burning was part of the act?
Mm-hmm.
Burning on my heart, fire, burn away my love all away, like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. Okay, now that I read that,
that sounds like murder.
Burning on my heart, fire, burn my love away. Gavin's guitar, all the way, like a bullet of love. Somebody was fucking shot and killed.
It's like a checklist of murder.
Wait, could it actually be the lyric sheet that we need to present?
Yeah. Can you imagine someone planning out the day based off of some stupid lyrics of a song?
What? All right, that's all right. You know what? I'm gonna try this. Take that! Nice. I still like doing that. It's this, isn't it?
A lyric sheet? The guitar serenade? What's that got to do with anything?
Everything to do with everything. I wouldn't have believed it if Fraulein haven't pointed it out.
What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles.
Maybe it's a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein?
I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way!
Okay, the song's prediction is now a thing.
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading the lyrics, this lyric sheet.
First, the keyring was stolen.
And not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring.
That's right here. When you stole away the keys my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding the keys.
And next is his guitar burst into flame.
Burning in my heart, fire, burn my love away.
And then Mr. Lathouse was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy!
Yeah, no kidding! So everything that happened here today, this song predicted it all?
Perhaps it was the other way around.
Huh?
The criminal could have based his crimes on the lyrics.
But who would go through the trouble?
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt.
Is he saying...
I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein.
She looks pleased.
The lyrics predicting the crime? Clavier.
Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me.
I have to agree. Keyring, the guitar, and the murder.
The key might have been dropped by accident.
Yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think it was not connected.
That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever.
So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely.
Why would anyone do that?
While we think about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Borgonese embassy about this Mr. Lataus.
Ah, right. Thanks, Darian.
I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here.
A foreign national, Mr. Lataus, was killed. It seems that would have been the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom.
He puts on a front that he's all calm and collective. I've had enough, frankly.
I mean, if you think about it, I think he's earned the right to be a little bit irritated today. I mean, first is he can't get his car or his motorcycle to work. Then his guitar case is locked, so he has to break it open. And then during his own concert, a murder took place. I think he's earned the right to be a bit irritated.
He deserves the right to be a little bit cranky. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. Yeah?
Yeah. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lamiroir to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamiroir is now?
I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi. Machi Tobey, of course. She seems rather shocked by Mr. Lataus' sudden passing.
The gavineer's dressing room. Got it. All right. That's where we're headed next.
Right and co, let's roll out.
Oh, hey. Someone might be here. Oh!
He's looking for George.
Who's there? Wait, he just dips again?
Leaves.
There he goes again.
Save the world. My final message.
Who is that guy? Huh? Trucy?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he's a friend of yours?
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Here is George.
Will it let us pick up that headset now? Yeah, I don't think it will.
Nope. We can't pick that up now.
Why? What is your
might
reason,
confuse you.
game?
It might confuse you with too much evidence.
Oh, yeah, sure. Like, that's not something I had to deal with in these games.
Say what you will about the final cases, but they loaded you up with like 3 or 4 pages of evidence.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a ballpoint pen. Okay, Mr. Wright, where are you going with this? Oh, wait till I get to the bubble wrap and duct tape. It'll all come together. I'm MacGyvering this shit, Judge. Just wait.
And don't forget about this drawing that my friend made crudely.
He drew boobs, Your Honor.
Oh, she speaks English. What? What has happened?
I heard that Mr. Lataus has died.
Why are you speaking perfect English now? What is going on? This is weird.
It's all fun and games until someone dies. Then you just drop the whole Egyptian hieroglyphics talk.
Lamiroir, you speak? I mean, you speak English?
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. But I am not Borginian by birth.
But wasn't Mr. Lataus your interpreter?
Ah, that. Yes, well. It was Mr. Lataus's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also...
Hey,
No, he's actually deaf and blind.
what did I call him earlier? Like, Steve. We did a play on Stevie Wonder. It was Weavy Sunder.
Weavy Thunder.
Hey, Weavy Sunder.
No, he's actually deaf. He can't talk, or he's blind.
No, Maki Tobey is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me. What has happened to Mr. Lataus? Why did he...
Actually, Mr. Lataus was...
Trucy.
Huh?
Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said. Not a word.
But Mr. Lataus is Lamiroir's manager! That's not fair to her! I mean, isn't she a related party?
Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry. We're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions?
Of course. I am always willing to help.
She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamiroir. Oh, he actually speaks hieroglyphics. So a man bowed down to
That's a
aliens.
simp. It's a simp.
Okay, so a man started simping for a bug that was an alien after a bow and arrow shot radio waves somewhere in the galaxy, and then butt plugs rained from the sky.
And then butt plug. The end.
The end.
The end.
What is it, Maki?
I'm not gonna keep doing this joke.
What? But you'd be alone.
There's the simp symbol again.
What seems to be the problem?
Maki, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would it be all right?
Sure, of course. Oh, they both left. Oh, no, never mind.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask about me?
All right.
Let's get cracking.
Lamiroir, the Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right?
I've never even heard of it.
I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant.
Yeah, but he sucks.
He sucks, Trucy.
Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lamiroir, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well,
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that too, of course.
ah, yes. It is something like this.
Trucy, don't you also go on stage and do like a magic show about panties?
Yeah, I don't see you
I don't-
rising to stardom with that kind of act.
I don't think that's an image that you want to keep.
A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borgonese in public.
Image is important, I guess.
She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in a sound.
Painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right?
You're very perceptive.
Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy!
That's basically early YouTube in a nutshell.
This landscape painter in a sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard.
They even call you the siren of the ballad, right?
Wait. Wasn't not Russian guy talking about the siren was the witness?
Yeah, he kind of said that.
They
That's
even
the
call
siren.
you siren of the ballad, right?
Yes, in Borgonese, Lamiroir means the siren.
Ask the siren. So the dude literally translated his last, he interpreted his last words wrong. He meant to say ask Lamiroir, but he translated it into English.
Oh my gosh, Big Master.
Siren more like sus. God damn, you freaking people!
It will never end.
Ugh, I do one joke and it just backfires on me all the time.
Chaos, chaos!
I fear that, perhaps, already I am not the siren I once was.
Okay, what about Maki?
You're a pianist. Maki, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
He's very European.
I met him while singing in a restaurant, in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me.
It's like a fairy tale, almost.
I notice he hardly leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world.
I just got him a passport and just said, "Get on, bitch."
He doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Maki and I together are Lamiroir, together always.
Mr. Lathouse.
So they're both the siren? How is a blind boy supposed to see something?
I don't know. Well, he can play piano, we know that much.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lathouse was my new manager.
That's actually really impressive for a blind person to be able to play the piano.
Yeah, that is really impressive. That's talent.
Hell yeah. New? New manager?
Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Lathouse at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And, as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now.
Was Mr. Lathouse from the Republic of Borginia too?
Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now, I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Lithouse was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known.
The siren? That's what he meant.
Huh? Apollo?
Are you? You are the siren, right, Lamiroir?
That is the meaning of my name in Borgonese, yes. It was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if Siren was you.
What do you mean, important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. The siren. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Lithouse, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words... Mr. Lithouse! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hang in there, Mr. Lithouse. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren. You thought I was gonna say the other word, didn't you, jackass?
He said siren? Really?
I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Lithouse said that? As the witness?
And you're the siren, Lamiroir. Did you see what happened? Lamiroir?
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no. I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But Lamiroir, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Ah! Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so. Well,
Oh, damn.
Okay, that, happened. I guess I'll just try moving to different places. That's still there.
There was something we need to present to Lamiroir first.
Oh, what's that?
The brooch.
The brooch. Okay. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you?
My brooch? Yes. Well, it may be mine.
Yours, Lamiroir?
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lamiroir's. Thank you. I was wondering where I'd dropped it.
So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question.
Is something wrong, Apollo?
What was this brooch doing at the crime scene?
Ooh.
No.
All right,
no.
now we get out of here.
Oh, okay. So her brooch was at the crime scene. And she's not answering questions. That's a little
Apollo's just coming
odd.
out of here like, hey, Trissy, weren't we supposed to do something?
I don't know.
Whoa! Who's there now?
Emma.
It's you.
Where were you?
Oh, right. We were supposed to be guarding that room. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual.
You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know?
Oops. Maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene?
What do you mean by impossible?
Well, it's gone. Utterly gone.
What's gone?
What?
The body, stupid! What else?
He's just like, I'm done being dead. I'm just gonna walk out of here.
What?
Mr. Latouse's
like
body has
bees.
disappeared!
Ugh! Prosecutor Gavin!
Your vacant stare. I guess you heard the news.
I heard Mr. Latouse's body has gone missing.
Look for yourself.
What?
Yeah, he's just gone. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle.
How can you just stand there? We have to start the
Need for alarm, Fräulein Detective?
I think this is very much reason for alarm.
There's a fucking zombie out here, dude.
We're gonna need that revolver.
All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So, I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this.
How could Mr. Latouse's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but
Yes, Darian?
see, Geeter? See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Geeter? Who's Geeter?
That's what I call my guitar. You like, man?
Your guitar was stolen?
This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters.
Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room.
Geeter's like a missing person. Not lost and found, man. Okay. I guess let's get on the move for something.
The man in yellow is really looking suspicious now.
We don't know anything about him. I wonder if we can find him. July
Something's
8th.
weird.
You know, Yeah, I think something on the stage changed.
Oh, I was talking about the ladder, but yeah, you're right about the stage.
What ladder?
There's a ladder to the left.
Oh,
No, I know it's the
so there
stage.
is.
Does something seem different to you, Apollo?
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out.
Okay, pretty sure this giant structure wasn't here earlier.
That stage there must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that Lamiroir and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get Emma.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
I'm not so good with heights. grinding and start climbing!
It didn't look that high up from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 20 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there.
What, the guitar?
Yeah! Not the guitar. We found 2 things we were looking for, and 1 thing we never expected to find. What the hell?! The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Makitobe!
They partied too hard, dude.
That's like that meme where it's like that anime song, and then
Oh,
and then you just see the person like dead on the floor.
Yes. What is it called? Kami.
Caramel dancing? No, that's some of the English lyrics. I don't know what that song is called. Anyway, Write Anything Agency the next day.
Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding.
Well,
I think it was
thankfully,
the drugs you did, Paulo.
thankfully the dead body fell onto the stage after the show. That would have been a whole lot worse.
Talk about killing the mood.
Why did they arrest Maki? Why?
Oh, they arrested the kid. Don't look at me like it's my fault.
Makitobe, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Lataus.
I can't believe such a cute little boy would do something so horrible!
I guess they had proof of some kind.
What proof could possibly prove that?
Oh,
Morning.
Prosecutor Gavin?
What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset.
Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Maki? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either.
It was tough. It was tough for me to do too. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night, after all. Yet,
Yet?
the powers that be say that given the circumstance, it could only have been him.
What do you mean by the circumstances?
Lamiroir was invited from Bulganian as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that the case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the power that be wants, really.
Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Maki the only possible suspect?
Her forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy.
Ah, right. I think I like the sight of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney.
What did you just say? Me? The defense attorney?
That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services.
gee, absolutely nobody saw this coming.
We have to defend someone. What?
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 In an Ace Attorney game?
No.
What?
I thought this was just a chill, like lo-fi beats and chill while looking for a dead body game.
I would so play that.
That actually does sound like cool. That sounds like it could easily turn into a super creepy game, though.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that would be so cool. I want to play that
That's
game.
like a Doki Doki Literature Club, just a descent into creepy type scenario.
Yes.
Yo, Zeke,
It just slowly...
Zeke, write that down. We might have to talk to Hack about this.
Okay. slowly descends into madness while lo-fi beats being played. It's just basically what do we call it? Like walk through the forest or something with lo-fi beats. That's the name of it.
We'll work on it. You mean Maki? Maki wants me?
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo! Let's get going!
Right.
Good luck. I'm off to question Lamiroir.
Right. Later. I hope I'm up to this. Well, you're a defense attorney.
You know, I'm going to be right back. I think I'm going to reset my internet real quick. It's starting to get kind of choppy.
Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay.
Well, I just don't get it! I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible!
Isn't he only like a year younger than you? You said that already. All right.
Maki, everything's going to be okay! We're here for you!
Hi. Maybe you could tell me about last night? Yeah, that's a problem.
Huh?
Oh. He actually looks pretty freaked out. That's when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's ever known.
Maybe Lamiroir can help?
But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good luck.
Oh, good luck.
Oh,
I'm off to question Lamiroir.
You're back just in time.
Well, what are we going to do?
That's, a good question. So right now they don't have a way to talk to the kid.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much. If he's the one that can only speak in another language and the only translator is dead.
I can't think
This
of
isn't
anything.
good.
Yeah, I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. I mean, could Lamiroir translate for him? She knows both languages.
I mean, technically. But would Gavin let us talk to her, though? That's the thing.
I don't think he has a right to not let us. Well, that was a short day.
It was pretty short.
All right, so we're about to begin the trial. Should we, do you need like a top up of water or?
My water is halfway up, halfway full.
You know, I'm gonna fill up my water before we start, all right?
Okay, cool.
I'll be back in a sec.
Alrighty. What is up, everybody? How are y'all doing? Let's see here. I'm having some weird Wi-Fi issues. Really, really weird. I think I just lost the chat too. Oh no, never mind. I think I still have the chats. Oh, there comes D Live. It's back. Yeah, I think this weather might be causing some Wi-Fi issues on my end, which sucks. But you know, you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. I've been good, but how has Siejax been? I have no clue. You'll just have to ask him. After all these years, I'm finally getting a gaming PC. That's awesome, Joe. Glad to hear.
All right, what I miss?
I think I heard you just slightly.
I said, what did I
I was
miss?
just telling chat. I think there's weather issues going on. Funny enough, you know how the new Windows update on the bottom bar kind of gives you like the temperature and stuff like that, any alerts?
I have most of that disabled.
Well, it said I still have mine just because I like to see the weather and stuff like that. All of a sudden, it just said like the weather is like cloudy, 26 degrees, all that good stuff. And then all of a sudden, it just went blank, and there was just one word that put up there instead of cloudy. It just says flood.
Oh no!
I'm just waiting for it to just say, just all of a sudden, apocalypse.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's kind of it's been a weird day. That's why I was working from home the second half of the day, because it was raining and then it went to below freezing temperatures.
All right, you ready to do a trial?
Yeah, I think hopefully the internet will hold tight.
Judge, it's been a while.
Court is now in session for... How do I say that?
Maki Tobane, Your Honor. The pixie of the Arpeggio.
Arpeggio? The pixie of the Arpeggio. Okay,
Arpeggio.
Right. His trial. Court is in session.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution's A-OK, her judge.
Very well. Prosecutor Gavin.
My opening statements, yeah.
No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes.
Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them?
Well, what does this have to do with the trial?
Huh?
I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? Well, no! No, definitely not that. At least you know not what to say.
Just get the upper ground and just say, I hope it's quick. While T-posing over them.
Yikes!
The judge is murdering someone.
I guess my choice of words would be like, it'll be all right, or that's a lie too. I don't know.
Judge is just like, it's not even like 5 minutes in the course, and he's asking like super deep questions. Like he just hit like a bowl of weed and is just now just stoned out of his mind. Just, what do we say to someone that's almost on the verge of dying? We can't say.
You would only be kicking them when they're down.
What are you talking about?
Ahem. Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial. The Chief Justice's son.
Dang.
Damn, dude.
The Chief Justice?
His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems.
Ah.
So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. Though I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
You don't know you don't know the real world at all, Trucy. She's looking at me with some kind of disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me for?
In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck, her judge. I believe you'll be going to your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Lataus, age 35. The global manager for diva songstress Lamiroir. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details.
The court accepts this into evidence. .45 caliber. That's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved.
I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering.
Okay.
2 shots were fired. One shot missed. The other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram.
Okay, I'm just saying, if it was a .45 caliber, both those bullets should have gone through the wall.
This is where the bullets hit.
Unless the wall was reinforced with thick steel.
I see.
Maybe soundproofing, like to make it kind of thicker.
Soundproofing is not... I own a lot of soundproofing material.
No,
That
I
is
mean,
not
like,
to stop a
it's-
bullet.
No, I mean like they kind of made it like the wall thicker for that reason.
Possibly?
No, I'm not talking about soundproof foam.
Yeah, no. You put that in front of a bullet, the bullet is, like, unquestionably going to win.
The bullet's like, so you have chosen death.
If we're talking about a .45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at using weapons, or at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently weapons that have yeah, apparently weapons that have size have powerful kickback. Usually. I've actually shot a 50 cal rifle before. I still have the cartridge from that. It was
I bet it's huge.
yeah, it's I think it's at least 6 inches long. Actually,
Oh my gosh.
Okay, maybe more like between 5 and 4. Anyway, yeah, that thing kicked back like a motherfucker. I hurt my shoulder the first time I fired it.
Oh, I bet.
If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door.
I just realized something.
What's that?
He was shot from behind. Think about it. Like he's laying down face first onto the floor. Someone had to shoot him in the shoulder from behind.
That is true. Someone was able to like sneak behind him.
Then why 2 bullet holes? There's no way you'd have to be an idiot to miss at that point blank range. Something worth thinking about.
That does seem to be the case, yes.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course.
But that's impossible!
Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person.
One person?
That is, of course, the defendant, Makito Bane.
Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime make the crime scene make it clear.
Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim.
Did they give a motive for the Borginian kid to commit murder? No. No, they did not.
Let the witness please take the stand.
That's the thing about these games. They rarely ever have motive.
From the start,
Your
at
name
least.
and your name and profession, please. Oh yeah, I mean just like that's the
Actually,
the
wait,
start of
hold
the
on. Now that I
prosecution
think
case.
about it, okay, the case I can think of off the top of my head that had a motive was when Larry was put on trial because his girlfriend cheated on him and they thought he might have murdered her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then like after that, Mr. White, the second case, Maya had no reason to kill her sister. The third case, Will Powers, he had no reason to kill Jack Hammer. The fourth case, let's see.
The only thing they can really pin on it was like he was jealous of him, but at the same time, Will Powers was more popular.
Yeah, they didn't bring up jealousy in his trial though.
That's true.
It's really just these people are in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's why they get accused of murder.
Which is like a throwback to how they started these series.
Mm-hmm.
They started as a kind of a symbolism almost of like Japanese trials,
Right.
where it's prosecution friendly. Let's just say that.
Mm-hmm.
The quote unquote meta was all about trying to split out a deal.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Forum that night?
Yeah, that's what like some concert venues are called, forums and stuff like that.
Oh, she's saying it like, I was on security detail at the concert forum that night.
Mm-hmm.
Emma seems tired somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
I'm sure that makes her feel much better. That makes all of us feel better.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
Any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered. And we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime. Please.
All right. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gaplin's request. Only people involved with the concert only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I don't get it. How can they say that Maki did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
All right, so the only thing I see worth pressing is how they're sure it's Maki. We need more information about that. I was on security. I went into the backstage. Only the defendant could have done it. Oh, whoops. Let's see. What was press? Was it? Nope. Okay, it was L. L is press. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen. We know that there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent.
Oh.
But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. Ugh. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child? Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child.
The defendant?
The pixel of the
Pixie.
the pixie of the art. I can never say
Arpeggio?
that.
I'm not sure if I'm
Arpeggio.
saying it right, but I'm pretty sure it's Arpeggio.
I've heard it, but I just can't reproduce it.
Arpeggio.
Arpeggio. Fitted?
Flitted?
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 Flitted? Is that L supposed to be there?
I guess so.
Lit it up towards the sky. And disappeared from the scene of the crime.
But that's just conjecture!
Oh, there were no other ways out of that room. You were there. You should know her forehead.
And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Marquis Tobe... What? What? His fingerprints on the air vent?
Oh, come on, kid.
Shoot!
Order, order, order!
That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, her forehead? What fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through the vents. That doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed.
I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer? I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have had a good reason to arrest Maki. And I'm going to find out what it was.
Alright, I guess we have to just press everything.
Unless an update to her testimony was,
Nope.
Okay, then we'll do just that. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective on the security detail, what was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy.
Ooh.
That day at the concert hall.
Conspiracy?
Well, isn't it obvious? My keys! That whole morning, no, my whole day was ruined. And it was all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case.
There he goes again.
Isn't it possible that he simply misplaced them?
Waste them. Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hands on their own.
He's got you there.
What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you the prime suspect.
Or a prime suspect.
Love, slow acting and new. Antroquin, it's waiting for you.
Antroquinate. I'm not even gonna. Fuck that.
He's singing something.
Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top?
Something happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, want anything else stolen? So I put the detective with the most time on her hands on the task.
I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean that the most time on our hands?
Please, the testimony.
We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
Gave Fräulein's special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy! Did you hear that? We're officially involved now!
Gee, great.
Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then.
And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots.
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos.
Ah! Hey! No snacking in the court!
You're sure the shots came from Lamiroir's room?
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet.
Tonk.
Ah, thanks.
So, how about it, Emma?
You were right. There. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please, either talk or eat. Not both at the same time!
Judge is losing control.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. Went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body.
I have to say, every time she talks about snacking, it makes me hungry.
Rock?
Blaring, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring, perhaps, to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right. When we were into the dressing room, or when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speakers on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage room through the speakers.
Oh, that's Emma. That way, people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud?
You know, listen to the gavineers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime.
If you could hear that music played.
And everyone on stage for that song has an alibi. Including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation.
I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
Sure, the Chief Justice will appreciate you, the jester. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
Let's check something really fast. The revolver. Does this have any fingerprints on it? Because if it doesn't, then maybe... Well, I'm not seeing the... Oh. The middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast.
I guess.
You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing?
Mr. Justice, what are you talking about?
I love how Gavin just kind of staring at him like, ma'am, are you fucking high?
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Okay, well that did nothing. Anyway, I don't see any fingerprints on the gun.
No fingerprints, it looks like.
Where's the... Oh. We need, like, I guess fingerprints aren't in the court record. Okay, why were there fingerprints on the vent, but no fingerprints on the gun?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe we're not supposed to know right now.
Ugh, I can't believe... It can't be over already!
Very well. I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence.
Prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain.
Ah! Apollo! They've got us on the ropes already! They better come up with something quick!
I know! Hank, what can get us out of this? We need evidence, or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that...
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now.
This is it. And so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof?
What is the only thing we can roll with?
Maybe call a witness? Because maybe Lamiroir was with Maki at the time?
I mean, you're on the right track.
Okay, we can try calling a witness.
The way I see it, what was the last words of the victim?
Oh, ask the siren!
Yep.
Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there was no witness to this crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely. I swear on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, At Tequine, My Love.
There he goes again.
That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Ho ho, really now? But how did you come to possess the knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and now...
No. Do you hear me?
Yes. He's alive! Mr. Lathouse, can you hear me?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Help's on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Lathouse. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren.
What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
We all know that her forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it's coming from the defense attorney himself.
But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely.
It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for.
Ugh! There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
You're wrong. You lose about a third of your health right here.
I think that's more than a third. I think that's
40%?
like 2/5.
Yeah, 40%.
All right, anyway, I've got Lamiroir.
Let's do it.
Lamiroir?
Recall Mr. Lathouse's last words.
The witness is Siren.
The siren. Aha! He means the siren!
That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamiroir. Lamiroir was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lamiroir to the witness stand.
Lamiroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. Here we go.
My distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
Ah, you can speak English.
Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I
I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. Huh? What does she mean she doesn't know?
I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course.
What's that?
Lamiroir suffers from amnesia.
Oh, great.
Amnesia?
Lamiroir is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought.
Lauded singer Lamiroir, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I do not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamiroir.
Thank you. But there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
Lamiroir, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet, that young gentleman with that wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand.
Oh my.
Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
Apparently,
Well-
I saw beta art of what Apollo was supposed to look like. Beta Apollo had a scar on his forehead.
Really?
Yeah, had like a kind of like an X,
Huh.
and I guess it just kind of stuck.
Alright, I guess. I don't see him with a scar.
Well now.
Yeah, I guess they just redid it, but they just kept that joke in for whatever reason.
Well now. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Wait a minute. No, yes you did. That brooch. That brooch was found in the murder scene. She's lying.
Yeah, she is lying.
Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I was not told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Your thing, Your Honor.
Lamiroir wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. All right, let's go right to that contradiction. I did not return backstage after the second set.
Are you gonna do the voice?
I'll give it a shot, why not? Fuck, hit the wrong button. Objection!
There you go. That's
I'm
so
s-
cool.
I'm sorry, Lamiroir, but
but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's Lamiroir's. She was wearing it for her song.
Care to add that to the testimony too, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime.
What?
Lamiroir. How did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin had just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Ugh! What is the meaning of this? Lamiroir, please explain. Lamiroir? Oh, yeah, nice try.
She says English is quite difficult.
That trick's not going to work here.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact.
What now?
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment.
What?
Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. Ugh! Is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Lathouse, can you hear me?
Cold. So cold.
We've read this like 1,000 times. I'm just skipping through it. Yeah,
The witness is Siren.
Oh, wait, hold on. This might be important. Emma? Who's there? What's wrong? Okay, so this is just reminding us that... Oh, they heard a door close. That's right. I looked into the room, just a glance, mind you.
So this is when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous! You only looked for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Her forehead. He has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the other dressing room. I knew nothing of what happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt.
Heh.
A horrible voice indeed. Damn, they're just roasting him.
Poor guy.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamiroir, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes,
Testify as to what you saw.
very well. Though it was only the briefest of glimpses. My performance was finished. I went backstage for just a moment. Saw nothing. The late Mr. Lathouse's body was behind a wall.
Hang on, I see the ring is rotating on the bottom screen.
Oh. Oh yeah, remember we can perceive ticks?
Yeah. But where? I went backstage for just a moment. Mr. Latouse's late body was behind a wall. Oh, so let me check the diagram real fast. Check. Well, kinda, yeah. Let's...
It's behind a wall. Maybe, yeah, let's take a look at this. This is so trippy.
Yeah. Ah, I see it. She's swallowing like she's nervous.
Ah, we got her. Where's she hiding?
The late Mr. Latouse's body, you say?
Yes?
You know something about Mr. Latouse's death, or you know something more about Mr. Latouse's death than you're saying.
What?
I can see you trying not to remember, but the efforts made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
One moment, Lamiroir.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
Yes.
She was hiding something. I knew it! Lamiroir, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradicted your testimony.
How could that be?
Take this! Lamiroir contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it.
Remember she said he was behind a wall?
Yeah? Wait.
Let's look at that floor plan again.
Okay. I mean, she's not lying.
Well, yeah, she's not lying. He was behind a wall, or that kind of divider thing. However, how did she know he got shot?
Oh, okay. So what is that? What would contradict that? The diagram, you think?
The diagram itself, right there. Because look at the gun; it's behind that little screen.
Let's try this. Take that! Oh, take that! Nice.
If I do not misunderstand the meaning of contradiction, it is you who contradict, Mr. Justice.
Okay, that wasn't right. Huh?
Your evidence is meaningless.
Ah, wrong evidence. Gotta think this over.
What did she say again? Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
Okay, why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
Just think it over.
Okay, why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot? She shouldn't have known that.
Why
okay.
shouldn't she have known that?
Because
we were kind of on the right track. She has information she shouldn't have.
Wait a minute. How did she know?
I think I understand, but I just don't know what piece of evidence, does it for us.
Just say it out loud. What are you thinking?
Well, my thought was, with the crime photo, I mean, she never would have seen this if he was behind a wall. She should have never known he was shot.
There's another thing that proves that she should not have known he was shot. Just think it over. What happened? Remember what happened?
I mean, Gavin told us not to talk, so he gave us the investigation request. And then there's
who wasn't on the list of need to know? Like, remember, his death was on a need to know basis. Who wasn't on the need to know basis?
Lamiroir wasn't. So you think it's the investigation request?
You wanna put it out there?
Let's try. Hey, I think it worked. Tell me, Lamiroir.
That's why I was saying we were on the right track, but we just put out the wrong thing.
How did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, "No one told me anything about the incident." Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Lataus had been shot. How could you have known? Yeah!
Lamiroir! You aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale now, huh?
She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Lataus had been shot. Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I've seen bullet holes before, you know.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days.
That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamiroir someday.
I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know?
Maybe I should go on a Quartz of Steel tour, too.
Can we look at that diagram one more time? I just want
Sure.
to see something.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. She couldn't have seen those bullet holes if they were just a glimpse. The door opens and blocks the view of them.
That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see which way the door opened.
Lamiroir, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah?
Come on, can't I be cool for once?
Nope.
Observe the diagram. Lamiroir, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were on the wall. The door is on. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Lamiroir,
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded.
Yep, by us.
And I'm certain it will be on the news in Bulgaria. You understand your reputation is at stake, if it falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
But she knew how Mr. Lataus died. And he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamiroir.
Very well. Lamiroir, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. what I saw too. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was.
What?
Why did she lie? This testimony would have been, like, super helpful to Maki in the beginning.
Yeah.
So you did witness the crime? And the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ah, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, her forehead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lamiroir. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong.
Hmm?
The backstage exit. There was something like a little window. That's how I saw it. I couldn't do anything to stop it. It wasn't Maki. It was a grown person, you know? I'm not seeing anything that could be a contradiction, so we'll just press for now.
Press and see what sticks.
So you were heading towards the dressing room? Yes. So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots. I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
Not worry, Lamiroir. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail?
The little window on the wall. I saw the crime from there.
That criminal was actually using a 45 caliber revolver with one hand. You know what? When your wrist is dislocated, don't come crying to me.
A mad lad.
You were certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradictions so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do.
It wasn't Maki.
It wasn't Maki who shot. Are you sure? Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking?
Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamiroir says. Can you tell me more? Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, of course. You see,
It was a grown person. I know it was.
a grown person? That's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear viewer of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I heard a voice, I do not forget it. Or when I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
You heard a voice. But wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latos?
Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lataus who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window, and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of the testimony?
What you thinking?
I think it's a good testimony.
I mean, it is a good testimony, but there is a flaw in it.
Really? I didn't notice.
Remember how there's only one way out?
Yeah.
We can't forget about that. The only other way out is if you vent.
Shit, I forgot about that part. Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lamior's testimony that rings false.
Bravo, Hair Forehead. You're colder than I thought.
I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through the air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
But that means Lamior has to be lying.
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting.
It is as Her Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction with her testimony.
What's next? What's he talking about?
Lamior. I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room?
Yes, and when the murder took place. That window was closed.
Oh dear.
I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lamior, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinions of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
So you say. And the victim named her, the siren, as the witness?
That's right. That's what Mr. Lataus.
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Her judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamior can't testify,
And we don't have a chance of proving Maki innocent.
The cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Donkey. Now, where were we?
I think it's a short E, like Danka.
Donkey?
No, Danka.
Oh, Donka. Donka. Now, where were we? Oh, I think that was like one. I think that's what my dad said to his police dog.
Really?
Yeah, you know how he was a German Shepherd that was actually raised in Germany. So all the commands that were taught to the dog were in German. So he had to learn basic German commands.
Huh.
And
okay.
Donka was one of those commands.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Donka because I play TF2 and I play the medic, and you know, when he says thank you, he's like Donka.
Ah, okay. Yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again.
Wait, let me hear Lamior's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. Crud.
That doesn't look good. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, her forehead?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I dislike saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you would, Miss Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latau's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Ah, yes. There was only one door in the back room. There was only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to the people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre.
Oh, yeah. She's
Party
right.
hard.
Why did Mr. Latau's body disappear from the room and end up on the top of that stage tower, holding a guitar, no less?
Ah, there we go. A perceptive observation, her judge.
Thank you. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you could tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
All right, before we do this testimony, I just need to run to the bathroom real fast. I shall return momentarily.
Alrighty. I'm going to be right back myself. One moment, guys. Right, I am back. Now's a perfect time if y'all need to take a break for any reason, get a drink, stuff like that. We have just a little bit more for this little investigation. What are y'all thinking? I see everyone in chat is trying to piece it all together, but what do we have? It looks like Maki is the only one that could be the killer, which is really bad for our case. Like, super bad. But at the same time, is it really Ace Attorney if it isn't something that looks really bad for our client? It's the build gave. You think it was the shark guy? But how could he fit in the vent? That's the main problem here. Someone to do the one hand 45 challenge. Whoever pulled the trigger is a frickin' beast. Let's just be real. I'm still working on my theory of it was a spooky ghost. But at the same time, that just kind of explains a little too much away. A spooky ghost doesn't care about doors. Unless he didn't go out the vent, there's another exit. I mean, that is a possibility, but we're just working with what we have. The killer wasn't in the room at all. Are you saying that they were sniping? But at the same time, Shadow, Emma and Apollo were outside that room. They're outside that room, so the only way that could really make sense is if those bullet holes. And they had to be standing right by Emma and Apollo.
What are we
how
talking
you doing?
about?
Welcome back.
What are we talking about?
Oh, I'm just talking with chat. They're I'm making them guess and think,
Okay.
and I'm
Anyway.
giving my thoughts, all that good stuff,
Time for our next testimony. Hey, did we get a court record update or anything from that testimony Lamiroir gave us?
No, not much.
So was that just a big waste of time?
I mean, kind of. We found out that she's not credible.
Well, yeah, that's true.
For good reason. She's trying to cover for Maki.
I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamior's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
He left his signature.
What does that mean? Lamior's song?
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
It's code?
All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. Then
Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latouse's life was taken by a bullet.
and the rest hardly needs explanation. guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were.
Hey, I was the one... Hey, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing?
It's a wild world out there, her judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Does anybody here like Screamo?
It's screaming.
Practically left his signature on the scene. What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet hole in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes.
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
You brought that up earlier. You said, how can anyone miss at that range?
That's true.
And that means what, exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would have been difficult, almost impossible to miss that range, or at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
Yeah, if they couldn't properly aim, that gun would have fired, and the recoil would have knocked them clean in the face and knocked them out. If not killed them. No. You can't be serious!
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed?
Oh.
Maki holding his arm.
What? What'd you say?
Isn't Maki holding his arm every time we've seen him?
Uh-oh.
Like Von Karma style? Like the bullet's still in an arm. His arm is hurt because of the recoil of the gun.
I mean, I only noticed that once. He was kind of grasping his own shoulder in nervousness.
It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly.
That reminds me. The monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Thank justice. What do I do now? I guess I'll raise an objection. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh? How so?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver
And
was
you lost
very
the judge.
The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could just locate their shoulder.
He's not wrong. Exactly. The defendant, Maki Dobe, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. Paulo, why are you...
I'm just imagining Maki just driving a car and it rolls down the window and then does like a drive-by shooting gangster style.
That would be
all
interesting.
all the while screaming about Metroids, butt plugs, and pine trees.
The kickback alone would have thrown off his arm. Okay, so that's where,
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Haha, take that, smug prosecutor. Apollo?
Huh? What?
That bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of admitting that he did it?
Oh,
It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defense. That reminds me of something funny. Have I told you about the story about the defense attorney that got himself killed to prove the innocence of his trial?
Yeah, you've told that
His
one.
client?
You told that one in a previous Ace Attorney stream.
Oh, okay. Even the defense seems to agree on that point.
Cripes, I really put a foot in it. I really put my foot in it this time.
But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective.
very well. The witness will add this point. The witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I concluded the shooter was blind.
You can't say he was blind just because those bullets hit, or just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that.
I wouldn't call it proof per se.
Huh?
You merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjunction based upon the evidence. Of course, there's more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the one who could have escaped through the air vents.
But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place?
Ah, a very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain.
He certainly seems sure of himself.
Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents.
I don't believe it.
Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tobei. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of the stepladder.
But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing this?
You figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Oh, her forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps?
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood?
Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know,
I didn't get to read that game.
we need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Oh! They tried to wipe away that blood message! I
Yep.
do have proof!
Why would a blind man care
I was
about
just sitting
that?
there like, I am so totally fucked. There is nothing I can do to, and then I see that piece of evidence. I'm like, ooh, that's a thing.
I've got just the thing. Fine. I accept the prosecution's challenge.
I knew you would, her forehead.
What exactly am I up against here?
prosecution is saying the shooter missed because he or she couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claims that the shooter couldn't see.
This is that evidence!
The photograph of the crime scene.
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene. There's something here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
Perhaps you best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, y'all.
Well, very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
The contradiction is right here.
The smear bloodstain?
I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something.
Aha! I get it! At least I think I get it.
What, Fraulein?
When Mr. Litthouse was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I was thinking. That's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion.
Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. Gavin's like, oh shit.
No one has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this? You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub out the name? What's your point?
What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name?
Well, Mr. Litthouse was writing something in his blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait,
Once he saw what it was?
but what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ah!
Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Makitobe, is blind? He couldn't have been the shooter.
Impossible!
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now,
Seems I owe the court an apology. The Gavineers are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concerts. Apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner.
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective. If I may.
What?
Tell me, why do you think Maki Tobane was blind?
Huh?
Huh?
What did he say?
What are you saying?
Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamiroir lead him around by the hand all the time?
No way. You can't be fucking serious.
Is he really doing this?
What?
I have a report here on the defendant, Maki Tobane. According to this, Maki Tobane can see perfectly well.
What? What the fuck?
I did not see this one coming.
What? Wow. This is the
His-
most ridiculous fucking... This is the
It's like
most
plot
ridiculous twist I've ever seen in this series.
And we prosecuted a fucking bird.
Your line?
His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borgalians. He can see quite well.
But you said...
What did I say exactly? Her forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective.
But that's...
Significant fact, yes. Consider Maki Tobane sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vents. I see no problems with this.
But what about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe her forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words.
Ugh!
How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off to brighter skies.
Ugh!
This is where the real begins for you.
Ah!
I have to say, Gavin is like one of the more like scheming prosecutors. Like,
Yeah, well...
Edgeworth has never laid a trap this hardcore. And at the same time, he's not trying to make, well, I mean, he is kind of making Apollo look like an idiot.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that somehow.
I knew you didn't have what it took.
You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize!
What about Godot? Godot was not a good prosecutor. He just absolutely hated Phoenix's guts. That's a little different.
Well, he still has like he still has the ultimate trap award though.
True. Oh, sorry.
That's no way to apologize!
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out.
Ahem. If we can please end the bickering now.
Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solve this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that.
Ah! Aha!
Aha, what?
This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right?
That seems to be what happened, yes.
We might be able to find out what was really written here.
Really? You can do that?
That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Luminol. Yeah, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Yes, we have done those tests yet. Oh, have we done those tests yet?
Ha! As if I'm going to tell you.
The bloodstains covered the section of the carpets. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now.
Right. Go for it, Apollo!
Huh? I have to do the tests?
You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple.
Chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
It was in the 5th trial of the first game.
Yep.
Yes, I
It's also, I
believe.
see it on forensic files all the time.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Alright.
Spray that stuff.
Right? Ready. It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try.
The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Apollo, your hand's shaking.
Let's do this!
What the? That's not a name. That's a code.
Wow, it really works.
IP.
The killer seriously just docks him with an IP address. The killer said
I am
you're
dying
dead.
now. Your IP address is now in the court record.
Wow.
This must be the power of science.
It says IPXX314206. I thought that X was a Y.
It does look like a Y. Our victim didn't have the best handwriting. Just give him a break, though. He was dying.
Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is, if the killer was a robot.
Ah, I have it.
So what is it?
I thought those letters IPXX look familiar. This is an Interpol ID number.
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Lathouse even know a number like that?
Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on!
Eh?
Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darien, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darien, you heard what we need. Go check into the Interpol ID number.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent,
Oh, wait, I know. What if Makito Bay is really an undercover Interpol agent?
Would be a possibility.
a possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Mr. Lathouse know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Maki Tobane.
What are you talking about?
Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seems too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me until the last bit.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, her forehead?
Huh? Me?
Maki Tobane pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know?
Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why? Or Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He knew. He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us the whole time. Leading us on.
Something's wrong. Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything?
There was a reason why Maki Tobane pretended to be blind. But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that show us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
I think I know where he's going with this.
What?
Should I tell you? Or do you want to figure it out
How
yourself?
about this? Give me a hint. Do I click show evidence or I haven't a clue?
I think you show evidence here.
Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means, no, it couldn't be.
Good show, her forehead.
Wait a minute.
Good show, her forehead. Good show. It seems you have thought of something.
Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy.
Very well. Look at this.
This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. It couldn't be. It couldn't be, could it?
What are you thinking?
That is Lamiroir.
Lamiroir and Maki Tobane. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Oh my god.
We thought he was blind, but...
Lamiroir and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times?
Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act that whole time?
Well, wasn't it part of their, performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by Handel at all.
that can only mean one thing.
Really?
Really. It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by hand was Lamiroir, son of a bitch! What?
Every time I think this game story is a little like lesser than the other ones, they hit you with these ridiculous plot twists.
Yeah. What's this? So you mean to say that Lamiroir is... She's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamiroir is blind.
What?
Why are they even surprised at this point? Every single case that goes through this court seems to have some sort of craziness.
This is crazy! Prosecutor Gavin!
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness! The defense has made an outrageous claim!
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it not vast in vain. This time. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense!
Yeah. Wasn't she supposed to be landscape painter and sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamiroir herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room.
Apollo, what does this mean for our case?
Don't ask me. I had no idea she could see. Or she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it up until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lamiroir.
Lamiroir. It pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must.
Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. She really can't see, really?
It is true.
Oh!
How funny is it that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside will one day grow to entangle the entire world?
So you are?
Yes, as mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiroir. I know too that my memories began in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamiroir.
I see.
I recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial. Her forehead.
Huh? What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Ah!
Now, Lamiroir, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes?
Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a little bit lost here, Your Honor.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would happen. Or something like this would...
She told us the truth in the beginning. When she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine.
there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it's best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. There was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Okay. No memory of the lights. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. Came up with my PR lines before he knew this. But no others. Everyone on
the staff.
I mean, there's nothing really strange about that one.
Producer came up to the PR line before he knew this.
Before he knew she was blind?
Yeah.
That doesn't make
He
any
kept it a
sense.
secret.
Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borginian scenery? No, it was quite the opposite. The opposite? According to my producer, my music had a certain global quality.
Global.
Multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts. Which is why my music has reached so many.
What a lovely story.
Sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all.
My songs are nothing more than a white canvas. To me, the real landscape painter are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I am represented to the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. Fuck. I'm trying to go back to the beginning of the... No memory of the light. So you don't know why you went blind? I do not. I may have been born this way, in fact.
Fruitless to attempt to pry into her past. And I might add, it's a delicate subject.
I'm not sure we can reasonably expect Mr. Justice to do anything delicately.
Hey, why I oughta take a deep breath and calm down. What I am now is all that I have. It is enough, I think. Weren't you nervous to hit the stage in your condition? No, not at all, surprisingly. It felt natural, singing in front of everyone.
It's not something that just anyone can do.
He has talent, that much is quite clear. You might even say she's beloved by the gods of music.
Even without light, I live perfectly happy in my world of sound. If that is a talent, as you say, then I thank the gods responsible. What about your PR moto? We press this one. Was that to protect your image as the landscape painter in sound? That does not matter so much to me, really. The label is quite concerned about it, I think.
A landscape painter who can't see. That's like a pianist who can't play, huh?
I'm not sure you can compare your father to Lamiroir. The world of commercial music is filled with these little white lies. Nothing is sacred when it comes to publicity. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Lataus? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Oh.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice.
believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was. He's alive. Mr. Lithouse, can you hear me? It's like the 50th fucking
It's
time.
so cold, witness.
He's cold, don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see.
Can't see. He couldn't see. It wasn't him who couldn't see.
Or
He was
he?
saying the witness couldn't see.
I get it.
The witness is Siren.
Mr. Lithouse told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I do not know.
Isk. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning what?
There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, Siren. We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense.
All those just out here like laying on the ground like the witness. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not what I referred to. I mean what he said before that.
Before? What came before that? Ah!
That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Well, her forehead. Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time.
Ah!
I get a full animation of that too. I love it.
Order! Order!
Recall Lamiroir's earlier testimony.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point here.
Hmm?
The moment he was shot, Mr. Lithouse witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness?
But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice.
Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course.
But it was
Have
so
you ever
clear.
have you ever watched Ace Ventura, Pet Detective?
No.
Then the joke doesn't work. Okay, let's proceed.
But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here?
We have the results back from the investigation!
The investigation?
The Interpol number that Mr. Lithouse left behind.
Oh! Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescend, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing.
As always, Darian,
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX314206. The agent registered under that number is Romain Lataus. What?
What?
Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lataus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So, when he wrote those letters,
He was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Lataus was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamior's manager.
was just a cover, most likely.
There's one other important detail I found.
Well, out with it.
It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Lataus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched.
So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver.
So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything.
It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think.
Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
What? Lamior? Wait!
Lamior, is something the matter?
That voice just now.
Darian?
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 Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was
What?
him?
The voice she heard?
You aren't saying.
That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Lataus when I heard the guns fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of joke?
What? No way. What? The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day you get an accusation like that one. Lamior fingering Darian Crescend, not only as a guitarist, he's a detective.
Apollo, wording.
What?
He said fingering.
Could it really have been his voice Lamior heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it.
Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo!
What?
That doesn't make sense. He was on the stage when the crime happened.
That's the weird part. Let me save. Okay, well now we're back in Write and Co law offices, or well, Write Anything Agency. We'll have to save what happens next. Save what happens next time for. Save what happens now for next time. Okay, that time it came out kind of right.
So Thursdays work for you with this series?
Yeah, they should.
All right, they work for me. So,
All right, guys. Well, I guess we will be seeing you all Thursday. Until then.
see you later.